Okay, there we go. All right, good morning. Um, I'm going to be doing a little bit of adjusting. Give me 1 second. There we go. The music was coming through a little bit too loud and too clear. Didn't really hear myself think. Or it could have just been that what is my, yeah, it's not the music. That should be good to go. So today I'm going to be doing a couple of things. Ultimately, the goal is to make a skill tree out of this. I've been doing some reading up and some watching up of thoughts on skill trees, just how they're approached. What I learned about this just from doing this is nothing beats just doing it. I've done 2 skill trees in the past. But one of them was legitimately a skill tree. The other one was just to like goof around with what you could do in Unity's UI system. And I wanted to see if I could like create a Fox physics system and then without having to use any kind of colliders or anything like that, and kind of create like an elastic skill tree. And it worked. It was really fun to mess with. I'm not sure if I should probably post a short on it just so people could see what it looks like, I guess. But it was pretty fun. Like, you could just drag the skills around and sort them however you wanted, and they would bunch together. And it was really fun. But I'm not sure if that's something that would be very useful. So I had to spend the time to really try to consider what exactly I wanted this skill tree to do. I took some notes down. See what those notes are. So ultimately, I'm going to be taking the meditation route. So bear with me. We're going to be working first on correcting the way that stats are handled. Not correcting, but making it what I want this game to have stats do. So we're just going to be building a new stat manager inside of the entity system inside of the actor data system. And it's going to manage how stats interact with one another. Right? So in this game, you have a health stat, but it doesn't work exactly like how health would work. In reality, stamina kind of works in that function, where when you take hits, the kind of hit that you take is mitigated by the amount of those little, I think they're the diagonal bars that were underneath the stamina gauge. So that will work to mitigate it, right? The damage that you take. The damage is then reduced there and then applied to your stamina. If your stamina hits rock bottom, 0, you lose a little bit of health. Like 1 health, whatever, right? You don't really have much to begin with. I think we're going to start off the game with you having 3 or 4 health. And then your maximum stamina, or your active maximum stamina, is then reduced to the percentage of whatever health you have left. So instead, let's say you had 100 stamina and you had 4 health. Then now, instead, you only have 75 stamina to get back up to, right? And this was kind of inspired by, because I was watching another video yesterday from the way that UFC handled its stamina gauge, where effectively you were losing the fight the lower your stamina goes. So now, what happens when your stamina hits 0 and you lose health? Well, your stamina just instantly goes back up to 75%. Or its maximum, whatever it is, right? And then, so effectively, it's like you're getting your second wind each time your health goes down. But it's less and less. More than you had originally, but less and less. There's multiple ways for your stamina to hit rock bottom, obviously. You have the ability that you use consume stamina as well. So you could potentially overexert. That's a thing. But that's about it. That's the way I'm thinking about going. And that's just one of the parts of this mess that I think I want to sort in. So we need to apply some sense to the stats. We need to create these stats. And from once we create those stats, then I feel the tree will be good to make from there. All right? There's other stats, for example, you have like your base stats, which are your power, endurance, are two sides of the same coin, right? So endurance works also as a mitigating force. So I'm going to get into that a little bit later, but effectively, your endurance controls how much stamina you can have, as well as your stamina regeneration rate, things like that. Meanwhile, your power reflects your overall lethality and some other non-combat related stats, but mostly combat. And so there's two types of lethalities generally. It's martial lethality and mystical lethality. So your power, increasing your power, will also slightly increase resistances to some of the same stuff that endurance would, just not to the same extent. And you'd have something similar going on with the other side of this, which is I consider the mystical side. So there's a total of 4 base stats, and so the mystical side would have comprehension and resolve, which are effectively the other side of the coin to power and endurance. That's where I'm going to go with this. So that's just a slightly deeper dive into just the thoughts that I had to deal with on how I come together with this. And the skill tree is going to be, so there's a lot of chatter, it looked like, on exactly what is a bad skill tree. And in some cases they say, well, when things are just not impactful enough. So I was thinking of branching these two things, right? Where you would have in these stories something called body refining. And in body refining is where I would think I would put things that are just grindy, And these are just things that you can consistently level up or you can put points into. And they'll continue to give you percentage into each stat if you choose to go in there. And I might have some hidden stuff along the way inside of that. But that would be one branch of this tree. If you want to invest in it, that's entirely up to you. In these stories, generally, characters can even choose not to go into body refining, or they do, but they don't go in deeply. And then you also have the main character who's just like 11th level Shining Finger maxed out into that tree, and they're like one-shotting all the other guys and what. It's entirely optional is the point. The rest of the tree, though, follows along, I think, with the more considered approach. It's going to have, I think, some one-shot nodes that are just connecting to different breakpoints. But the breakpoints or breakthrough points are nodes themselves, which would probably require like a quest to progress or an item to progress or something. Or maybe whatever, and then you just invest the points into it, or maybe it's even a mini game. Go through that breakthrough point, and that will unlock all of the leaves, the other branches of the tree. Or that, like, say it's the scythe weapon. So you can unlock extra attacks, your second, your third attack, variants on your third attack, knockdown, knock up, air combos, all kinds of stuff. Right? And passives and so on. And so these would be the more, I think, acceptable, impactful. And some of them would have things like convert all other resistances that you might have or powers you might have. So let's say you do like 30 damage in swords, or you have like a bonuses on like 30 in swords, 20 in orbs, things like that. You would be able to, if you put your point into that, it would take all of those additional points from other places and then just put them all into just your scythe, and now only your scythe would get all of those bonuses. So that would be like, I don't know, like devotion, scythe devotion, whatever, and stuff like that, basically. And you would have obviously the variants to them, like sword devotion, all the other devotions that would do that. And I guess if you activated each and every devotion, it would just work off of the last devotion that you have. Or maybe we could just gray out the devotion once you select one. Okay. I think we've talked ourselves through it. Let's get into let's introduce, we already have entity, so let's look for entity first. There it is. What is entity doing? Entity is our iPersistent class. Game entity. This is a junk class, so we can get rid of this. Something's using it, that's fine, we'll just delete those. Okay, something was using it. Open it up. Game data. There we go. Okay, entity. All right, so on enable, so this is iPersistent. We have to disable it for the entity manager. So there's an entity manager. It wants to track its world actor. Interesting. Okay. So all entities have a... Gotcha. Anything inheriting entity. I think there's player entity. Oh, yeah, here. There. Okay. I forgot what the name of this class was now. Let's see, actor. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah, okay, this is it. Should we do it that way? I think it might be better to do it this way. Makes more sense. But I think what we want to do is... No. So we do this. Okay, so these are just references. Okay, so now there are two types of stats that we need to worry about. We're going to create the first one, and we're also going to create a event bus inside of the entity. Or we're not going to create one, we're just going to use the one that is from the actor and throw it on this. Right? That's the plan. We don't need to do all of that over again. But unlike before where we did actor data and we just stored all of the different managers inside of a dictionary, we're going to break them out. This is because we're going to make them serializable down the road. And while a dictionary, it is entirely possible to save it from inside of a dictionary. I'm just so unfamiliar right now with Unity's serializable, the way it handles serialization. Like, my confidence in it is very low. So I need to feel it out again to try to remember what it was like. Because saving looks like it's easy, but it's like my brain doesn't want to get me to the part where I understand loading and how that works in a more complicated data structure. So I want to break it apart, and later on it's not really that big of a deal if I want to throw everything back into a dictionary and then create keys for it. That's not that big of a deal, right? Okay. So, first step. We're gonna go public, or should we do private? Let's do public game. Broker is going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting on this. For sure. Also, are going to need the end button. We're going to need to clean up the event bus because I think we want to consolidate all keys into one property class. So that's going to be a thing. I mean, it's nice to have them being separate things, but I think we want to put them all into. Really keep it the same. Like, I gained some experiences on what the completed version of it looks like in the car game last month. Almost, the month is almost over again. Holy cow. That month went by super quick. Okay, so we have that. So these are the 3 classes that we're going to need to work on for this session before oh yeah, oops. So game stat should be, I think, the easiest one. Famous last words, but I think it should. Basically, this is going to be a modular. It just needs to be modular to the effect that when we do stuff, like when we attack with a weapon, we need a place to log how many places, how many times we that weapon was attacked with. Right? So that's going to be the game stats. But since we're playing this game where we have NPCs that are going to also have their own kind of progression, we're going to make it modular. In other words, we're going to make it with the NPCs in mind. So instead of putting this in a game manager, we put this on the entity itself. So if an enemy attacks and an enemy has an entity system on it, it will also track how many times it attacks between your game sessions, things like that. It can progress through its chain of event from that. Broker is easy. We can actually just turn this on. That's a thing that's already. Hmm. Gotta get used to using that. There you go. Got it. Okay. The next one is going to be the I think event bus. Might have to do a little bit of work here. This one is probably going to be like the second most dense one to create or to change around. Because I think it wants us to. It want us to pass in. It doesn't expect anything. Oh, it's an abstract class. Gotcha. Yeah, you see, this is how I used to do it. 99 references. So it doesn't make any sense. Do it here. And generally, because now that we created the unique int system, we can get away with using only the event key. But I think we're going to stick with enum now. Where are we using? Oh, when we do this. Yeah. I don't think we even use this really. Oh, you know what I forgot? Would be like me, right? Oh no, we're there. Yeah, we need to rework this a little bit. So part of this is that I don't like locking this down with actor. It's really that simple. I don't want to say actor anymore. This isn't actor related. This is just like I said, this part was going to be rough. I got around it later on by eliminating the event keys altogether. In the car game, what I did is I just got rid of this section. All of this gone. Let's take a look at how we are doing this again. Okay, so we do take in the actor event type here. And we are logging. Okay, that's one part. This part looks actually fine. The part that we're messing up with in my head is this. Because the properties that are stored here need not be related to this. This just tells us the type of signal sent. This lets us get the specific thing we want from the signal. And so that's where these keys come in. So these keys are the problem, not this. This is fine. This just lets us know what signal we're trying to send out. Perfectly fine. This is the problem. Okay. So all we need to do is change this part. I don't think that works here. Oh, it's weird. I thought it didn't work. Hmm. Okay, so that's working. That's interesting. Didn't expect. Actually, I don't think we can do that. There we go. Okay. There we go. That's a simple, dirty way to handle that conversions. Now these lookups are a bit faster. Still not a super big fan of this. Why didn't I just do it this? Public. There's something, there's 4 references to this already? What the heck? Oh, that's why. Okay. Alright, we'll leave it that way. I think that's it. Alright. So, much as I'd like to change this, to just event bus, I think would be really nice. I think the reality is, I guess we could call it the entity event bus now, right? That would break the connection in places it needs to break. So let's do that. And in a few other places. Entity. Does this even need to know about the owner? I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't. Maybe something else is referencing it. Anything? Oh, whoops. Yeah, nothing. Okay. Okay, so we should have broken this in the actor. It's fine. Because that actor should actually have a reference. It's event bus, but okay. So here we'll add in world-related events like when we click to move from point A to point B, things like that. For now, this is pretty much done, I think. Okay. I feel good enough with this. We have to go fix the parts of this that are broken now. Shouldn't be a lot, but Something should have broken. There we go. Let's get rid of this. Create a problem here. Actually, what you should do is introduce. So it's not actually going to be introduced here, I think. It's going to be introduced down the road. So you can go ahead and just get rid of this. I see what your problem. Oh, it doesn't hurt. Yeah, it does hurt. This is all test code anyway, but still. Oh, we don't need it here. I'm pretty sure there was like player actor. Oh, it's just player, that's right. So now the player needs to have, obviously, access to its entity. So we will do temperature just dipped where I'm at, so kind of. I like coding when it's at least 50 degrees. It's kind of rough when it drops. It's tough. Brother. Give me 1 second. Okay. Warm up. So, player entity. We just need access to it. We don't initialize it here. It gets initialized long before the player is actually ever made. Right? But we don't want to, I think, access the entity through the player. So we're going to make this private. Instead, we want to access it through the entity manager if we're ever looking for it. In other words, there shouldn't ever be a need to get to the entity through. But there might be a need to go from the entity to player. From the player to the entity, but not the other way. Yeah, that's the Cole talking. Reverse that. Right now, the combat, I believe combat manager is what's giving these IDs out. What is this? It's a public ID. Find out where it's coming from. One reference. Game manager. So really nothing is using these IDs yet. But I could have sworn we had a combat manager. And I could have sworn, let's look for our initialize. Should have it somewhere. Okay. Game manager instance registered this. Register play. Okay. We won't need this. So let's get rid of this. Right, and then we tell the camera, look at this. We hook in. So we probably want to do a initialize. So all of this stuff on disable. You have it on disable call? Should be, yep, we are. Make sure we're doing that for everything. For everything. We have to think about a bigger picture here now. Trying to make sure we get everything. Okay, so on movement updated, on. Click area, gone. Area right, gone. Boom, shakalaka. There we go. Basically, we're just making sure that we're not still trying to send messages to a long gone object to switch back. Same thing here. But let's finish this before we do that. And we're going to do this real quick. So confused. Why is it not picking that up? Oh. Got to change that. Awesome stuff. Inculcate. Learning. See anything else? Nope, that's it. Okay. So we just have that. If you have any other errors anywhere else in Unity, let me know. F1. Ah. There we go. This is what I was looking for. There we go. So things like this that are looking for the event bus on the player. Instead, looking. No, you know what? We're gonna do it this way. Here's the player. Okay, that should fix all of that stuff. I thought it would. I'm guessing owner is reading actor. That's fair. Since the actor doesn't any longer need to have an entity, but it does need to have an event. Where am I? There it is. we're thinking about this differently. We're going to be doing it this way. Okay, so here's where we set the unique ID. We do act for data, get ID. Ah. You know, looking at this, I'm thinking that it might pay to put the entity here. Since actor data is here anyway, probably just save ourselves all of that finagling that we just... Alright. So what we're going to do is going to do public. Go back into entity, since apparently those things will exist. Oh, we kind of already knew that. Look at that. It's already there. Interesting. So what is this called now? In entity us. That bus. That should solve like every. Just destroy this one over here. I think I started losing way around this part. right? We do the initialize. Where is it? Here. There we go. Okay. What problems do we have now? Shouldn't be many, hope. If any. Probably just wipe them all out. Yep, there we go. Okay, so I think we've successfully hooked in the event bus through the entity system into the dungeon actor. So the dungeon actor should work normally. We're just trying to be as non-invasive as possible to what we've already done. But changing this, because gradually we're going to be shifting into the 2 different games that I was talking about before. Don't need that. Not use. Okay. All right. So have game stat manager that's next, and the stat manager. So we need to make these 2 things. I think the easier of the 2 right now would be the game stat manager. I think we're going to get rid of dungeonable entity. Just throw this in here. We'll deal with whether or not we have an actual character in the end. Actor in the dungeon or not later. Yeah. Okay, so I think game stat manager is next. There's a very simple system. We could probably design it inside of this, but I wanna make it its own. Let's think about the name for this real quick. So this is tracking when things that you do change. You enter a specific tile a few times. If you basically anything that you do as the is tracked using. Do we want NPCs to also track how many times? I think so. Okay. So we should probably name it Stat Tracker. Just the plain old object is sizable. Okay. So generally, this is made more simple by the fact that all it does is it stores a string and a number. Right? So we store a message and increment or decrement out of that. Interesting. Killed. KIA. Awesome. Like, you see, this is what I mean, right? Like, I just get completely lost at this point. With Godot, I just got so used to it. It's just super simple. All I'd have to do is something like uh, just have to pass in something. Basically, the dictionary that I'm going to be getting back, because I know it's just the dictionary that I have here. And then I would just do a direct conversion. For each item in the dictionary that I'm passing back, just populate that back. And then vice versa here. But this works differently. My brain doesn't have the references right now. It's not making the connections to anything that I'm familiar with. It's frustrating the heck out of me. One sec. So we don't save any of the data inside of mono behaviors. All saving happens inside of these objects. So we're making sure that any persistence is within the objects proper. I think if I can get past this, this will be one of the many hurdles that just needs to be done. Oh man, my head. Maybe I just need water. All right, let's try something. Oh, okay. I think I get what's happening here. Like, I think I understand what's been confused. So, like, let's say we're saving through JSON. In Godot, I believe, even though, yeah, I mean, I get it, it's all the same thing, but it's like, my brain isn't letting me. Ugh. It's crazy. That's just straight mental block. Basically, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is that we're not using a collection type, that the only thing that JSON cares about is a JSON type, which directly converts from string. My head is not letting me get it. Right? Okay. let's work our way up on data persistence before we continue. We need to finalize this before we start developing out these things and then screwing things up down the road. Hmm. So I found that it's just better to do the system.serializable because don't you run into issues with like other parts of the code for like Unity engine hearing that namespace. It's kind of not detrimental. Well, it's not detrimental or anything. It's just annoying. Mm. Oh, right. No, we did it right. Oh, whoops. So this is where we do a JSON convert. Like that. Now the key thing, that's not the hard part for my brain. The hard part is the loading part. And I don't know why it's so annoying for me. So we're supposed to be, if we push out a string, we're supposed to be expecting a string. I'm writing it, but I still don't freaking... I don't feel comfortable with it. I don't know why. I don't know why I don't feel comfortable. I just don't. I think it's this step that's throwing me for a loop. Well, whatever. This will technically save the game, or at least save this class. Right? Let's go out one step. The entity. Get rid of this. Not going to be using... We're going to be designing this out first, and then we'll worry about interfaces. We know that this is going to be a string now. And we know this is going to take at a strike. I think. Ugh. Right? So, we created this class, so we wouldn't have to create. We created this class so we wouldn't have to create a data class. This is supposed to be our data class, but it very clearly has things that are beyond just data. So this is turning into, I mean, it is still data, but I mean serializable data. What's going on with serializable? We just turn it into... I think we don't need to worry about any of these. I think we're going to just treat them literally. Let's do that. Oh, let's move this. That tracker. Grab this as my reference. Okay. Oh, we don't need to create no, we need to create a data structure. It's unavoidable. Because we're not just directly serializing the objects in. Yeah, okay. Looks like looks like we didn't dodge that bullet. We have to do it anyway. What did I miss? I missed something. If I do public, or whatever. All right, so this needs to have something for its ID, to have something for that tracker. And that's it, just those two. Let's actually bring these together. Little room. Yeah, see this is fair. To think. Let's try doing this first. How would we save the stat tracker? You go, bye. Mm-hmm. No, why are we doing? This is the part that gets me, I think. I think this is the step that my brain is at. I get lost here. Because in Godot, we would normally, instead of returning this back up as a string, we'd be returning it back up as a dictionary. So this would just make more sense to me as a dictionary. Get me? Got me. Problem is that unlike Unity doesn't serialize dictionaries. I think that's where my head is like stuck. I know I can't serialize a dictionary, but we can store them in dictionaries and bring them all the way up, and then serialize out the objects in that dictionary into, or the data in the dictionary. We can't. You know what? Let's play it out. Let's see what it looks like. This is how you normally do it in Godot. That just makes sense to me, right? Like this computes with my brain easily. No problem. Then we just keep returning back up the dictionary until we need to then convert it over into whatever JSON wants. Right? And so then when we get back this, when we get this back down, we know we're getting back a dictionary. And so all we have to do is do right, that would basically be it. Like, my brain gets this. Like, this makes sense to me. I'm trying to figure out why this doesn't work. Like, there has to be a reason why this doesn't work. Go up to the entity manager. Like, this is what you end up having to do. Okay. So now we've made a serialized. How does it help us? How does this help us? So now we need to store it inside of, or add it to there we go. So now we've just added that. So for each entity, call save data. And then when we do that, select we did something weird. A brain. No. What did we just do? We just screwed up something big. For each entity. Then we go, why are we going into the dictionary? Because the problem begins and ends with that we don't know. Unity does, or JSON does not serialize dictionary. And I'm so spoiled on serializing dictionaries that my brain is not letting me get to where Unity is on this. I can't see it. Probably obvious for people watching out. Just do this or I don't see it. Did I miss a step? I think I missed a step. I think we just missed a step. Let's ignore some of the stuff first. Ignore this. Ignore these first two. We have the data. It's just a pack of all of the different entities that we see. Each entity that we serialize, basically the entity's ID stuff. Stuff inside of that identity, however. Oh, I see where the problem is. Yeah, it comes back to the dictionary, so I was right. We can't have multiples of these. This is Unity is so bonkers for this. I don't know what I wish I was there in the room when they came up with the system so I could understand what they were thinking. Because obviously I'm missing. Let's look at the documentation. It has to be something I'm missing there. And if I remember, I read the docs before on this, and it was just like so bare bones. I just didn't get anything from it. But we'll try it again. Unity, JSON, ability, station. Like, I want to know who it was that put that together. Let's try. You know what? It didn't help at all. It's just giving me three static methods, which I already know. If I click them, does it go? Oh, it does go into stuff. Okay, hold on. Create an object from its JSON reference. Internally, this method serializer. Therefore, the type you are creating must be It must be a plain class struct marked with serializable. Okay. Fields of the object must types supported by the serial. Fields that unsupported types only use plain classes. The objects such as mono behavior. Note that classes to mono behavior can be used with JSON. If the JSON representation is missing any fields, they will be given their will not be given any. Sure, that's great for like if you just have one character that class from JSON. Okay, what does it say? Internally, right? Any plain class is required if the object contains. Note that when possible to pass primitive type. Results may not be what you expect. Instead of serializing them directly, the method will attempt to serialize the public instance. Similarly, passing an array to this method will produce element object like fields of object itself. Serialize the actual content of an array or primitive type is necessary to wrap it. This method, oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. So this doesn't alleviate my worries. Because if we have like 1,000 different characters and you just do from JSON, how the heck does it even know? It wouldn't know which ones in particular I was trying. Crazy. That is the problem. A bit too ambiguous on how it handles recognizing which, because this is a new instance, new everything. Need goodness. Brain. It's like if I was making a single player game with no savable data for NPC. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. All right, so there's an obvious solution to this mess. We may have to make a um, serial. So let's go down here, take a look. Easier. We basically have to do something like that, right? I get it. It just clicked. I get it. I get it. Holy cow. Why? Oh, oh wow. That I get it. Like I had to just see it like 50 bajillion times, but then my eyes finally caught it. Okay. Wow. That was crazy. All right. We were on the right track. This is wrong though. So we're gonna start from down here. Okay. It's just so easy to get lost in this, but uh so effectively this is fine, right? In the entity level, this is where we start having the issue. This needs to be this. Well, actually, can do this. We are so close to. Why even bother? Like, I know that this serialized dictionary is completely unrelated to what I actually want, but I'm gonna just do this just to, like, click it to see like what it does, just in case I was wrong. And what the heck? Painful. Does it let me? It doesn't let me even click it to find out what's in it. That's crazy. Um, this isn't the serialized dictionary that we want. Uh, get rid of that. You know what? I think I'm using Odin Inspector, and that allows me. Cyrenax. Yeah, it's over here. I sworn there was serialized mono behavior. I could have sworn they had Odin had a serialized dictionary. All right. Yeah, Unity, so it doesn't have one. You know what that means? We have to do it by making one. Yeah. I thought Odin had one already. I could have sworn I've used it in the past. Man, it's been so long since I've done this. The good news is I now have a very powerful understanding of how this is supposed to work. So just give me a minute. I'm almost there now. Just need to get all of these out of the way so they don't give me errors as I work on this next class. Where is the... Oh, there it is. Oh, I was in it. Okay. This would probably be probably fit under a utility, what I'm about to make. Should be, I've done it before. It's just pinging my brain to remember how I did it. Should be a utility. You know what, we'll put it under system. 8 is going to be serialized dictionary. Now, if you're going to follow along, or if anyone who's following along with this, if you're going to be doing this, note that you don't use this as a normal dictionary to expose it. I think you can technically expose it on the inspector, but you wouldn't want to normally. That's not the purpose. The purpose is be saved in a very easy way. Um, so we just have to make sure that we do it the... Okay. I believe we can inherit dictionary. Oh, whoops. No. So far, so good. And okay, there it is. And yeah, we can pass into value. And we want to put serialization callback receipt. Let's just this. Implement interface. Okay, there we go. Hmm. One sec. Let's just see what this looks like without all of this. Gotcha. What are you crying about? You want me to do it that way? Or actually, it's safer to just do it this. I have no clue what this one is doing. It looks like it wants to... So weird. Okay. It's going to take an array, p-value pair. And... Okay. I am lost on this one. I mean, by get enumerator. It wants to return the enumerator of... I think that's not really an issue. Move if returns a bool? I never even knew that. Really? Holy cow. Okay. I never knew that remove return bool. That's cool. Um, if that's the case, So, do we actually just do this? Yeah, that's a thing. Hey, here's where fun. Move these to the top. The meat and not. So you can't do that on iCloud. You know what? For my sanity, first off, let's see if this. Okay. For my sanity. First, we want to clear the. Okay, there. That's for my. There. Now we have a serializable. Just need to be able to convert it now to and from. Right? Okay, so JSON util has this pretty font. Hold on. So it's called pretty. Right. So now all we'll have to do is just return. Going to basically. Probably want to make a static class, static access. I do a from JSON and turn it back. Should do the trick. All right. It's actually a pretty good video if I wanted to just stop it there on how to extend a Unity class. Oh, this is actually systems. Oh, mixed. This part is. And in a way, this is actually safer. You're just not going to get the same errors. I need to double check this. Copy 2. That's how. Actually, open this one. I hoped for too much. Is it implemented? I don't know. All right, let's just try a different variation. Hope it's safe. Comment this. This is kind of dirty. It's cool if it wasn't so heavy. I would just leave it, but there it is. Eh, I already knew what. Do the same thing. Get any other value. Anything with that keep your value. Cast it. can probably get away with putting. Hmm. Wait, what? Oh, all right. That looks. Um, let's go back to. Oh, looks good. Okay, so now let's go back to our that tracker. So this class is easy because it just has this one thing here. Technically, we should be able to realize. So now this anymore. What the? Okay. Let's leave this as a regular dictionary. That's just to see like what would happen. Did I forget to say? Huh? What am I missing here? Oh. Gotcha. There we go. Did it backwards. Now, if I had made a complete, maybe we could do it. Give me a second. Let's this for now. Beautiful. I've just, that's beautiful. Oh gosh, that's beautiful. Okay, awesome. So we've just created a method for handling complex data structures for saves. Wow, this was super productive. Even though it just looks like one class, there's no gameplay done, but um this was absolutely needed. This was the mental block that was having me bouncing like a ping pong ball in thoughts for so long. I needed to figure out, like, this is just one of those things where it's like Godot does this out of the box, you know, and you just didn't. I think I just took it for granted and didn't realize you have to like make the system in Unity. Like, so the way that Unity has it set up, I mean, I might be wrong. Again, I went through like almost a month of just like wargaming it in my head on like how to approach this. So there might be a better way. But the way Unity designed it is for very simple games, right? I shouldn't say simple. I mean, out of the box for Unity, the kind of game that they want you to save won't need you to worry about 1,000 different NPCs that need to be saved also, right? Each one kind of exists in its own thing. So you'd have like your progress date. It's basically like, I guess you could say like cell phone game progress report type stuff where it's like everything is predefined, right? And so that was getting my brain to think, okay, so Unity's must have a solution where it's probably like you just save one class and then it's like storing all of the classes within that are marked serializable, right? And so that's the entire idea. The plan was, okay, so all we have to do is just make a list of all of the entities, mark them serializable, and then it should just go through everything and take every serializable class in it. But then you have a rub. Dictionaries are not serializable, right? And JSON has no idea of how to serialize them. You tell it. So instead, what we did is, and then also on the flip, so when we're doing a load back, right? Does JSON know how to split out the information to give each NPC its information back? I don't know, right? Will it instance the entities as it's repopulating? Like, I don't know. The instance objects, I don't know. I think it does instance objects according to the documentation. It'll instance them as empty objects with the default values and then attempt to populate those values. That's what I think JSON does out of the box. So in a way, if that's the way it works, then in a way it's better. Regardless, this gives me a lot less guesswork now, if this works, where I'm creating the data structure and I can see the hierarchy. Right? Like this is it right here. We know that we can serialize this dictionary, turn it into a serialized dictionary, then convert that to JSON. And then we take this dictionary and then just pass this up, add this tracker to it, and then just pass it up. Right? So now something at a higher level is going to be looking for this information. This is a lot easier for me to read. Okay. So now the thing at the higher level is the entity in this case. Okay, I think this can just be done like this. Doesn't need anything special. The data, um, that's weird. Oh, whoops, we did it too early. This should be a string, actually. So, just need to figure this out. So, how do we want to? I mean, we could do it either way, but I want to. What I'm going for right now is minimizing the size, the amount of um stuff that I'm writing. So this is really more cosmetic than anything. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to do it this way or the other way. I think we wanted. Let's just see what it looks like if we do it the string way. It would be really clean if we did it that way. So let's do this. Nice. That's awesome. Okay. I'm liking this system. Nice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That that took time. So we don't need to worry about these because these are all referencing this stuff, and these things already have documentation attached to them. Um, that's it. Now let's see if our system. Oh, one more thing. Okay. So now we could do something like this if I wanted to. Like, let's say we had more things in here. Let's say, I don't know, public. We could do something like this now. Oh, right. We can't do that because this is identifying as a. So this would have to be like int. Oh, no, I was right. It'd have to just be like this. Wait. I think I just found something wrong with this. Give me a second. Well, not wrong, but a way that I can extend it out. Yeah. See, it won't work. Wait. Um. Yeah, it won't work. Because, so tags is string string, but data, I believe, is string float. Ah. So we can fix this. What am I looking at? There it is. Okay. All right. So when we pack, the issue is that the type that we return needs not be this. It needs to be object. Right? This means, so basically what this means is that when we're packing this, we need to ensure that this is an object type. We don't actually care. We're preserving the original type here, but we want to abstract that into an object. So hmm, weird. Oh, right. There we go. All right. So now when we do this, I'm going to do tags dot. Oh, whoops. I wonder. Hmm. That's even better. Yeah, this is weird, right? Something weird is happening here. We're converting string. There's just a regular dictionary. Convert dictionary. The type string must be non-nullable type. Oh, there we go. There we go. So now it doesn't matter what type we throw in. So let's try this. So now this is good for just dictionaries. We need a way to handle um, regular objects. Generally speaking, way that we would handle this is this is the correct way, like in Godot, how it would be handled, right? Let's leave that there for now. We don't need to delete it, but let's do something like okay, uh, something like that. So normally, what you would do is you do something like, but we have a problem because all of these are not ints and strings and stuff like that. They're all doing their own thing, which means we have a problem. Good thing we caught it before we went too deep. All right. see. Okay. All right. So we need to take a look at this. We need a way of converting these plain old objects. So we did it down here, but after I did it, and it works, it's just that after I did it, I realized it works better if we do it over here. So we would be preserving the type inside of this, fine, but we need to bring that back, right? That's the idea. Hmm. Okay, so we're going to take a small break. I need to get some water. But I have ideas. I'll describe it first. So you've seen me before use a object. So I'm going to use object here. Well, actually, we can probably just get rid of this here. Um, and I'm going to just do iDictionary and use object over here. Interesting. Interesting. Like I said, I'm going to take a break, come back, see what I can do with it. Back. Okay. So this is what I wanted. This is exactly like how it looks like in Godot, where basically we create, well, there's an extra step right here, but we here we convert the dictionary to a serializable dictionary. Then we pack it inside of a dictionary for converting it into a JSON. Then here we are just testing out different things. Like I'm just adding other things to the pack. And then we just convert the whole thing to JSON string and send it up a level. And then when we load, do this, we convert the string back from JSON to serialized dictionary string. Because it's storing these as objects, my guess is that it's going to try to populate those objects back with whatever value they're supposed to have. But we're going to keep them as objects, so we need to figure out how to convert that back. And so it's pretty simple. Do an is check here. Or we could do that. Oh, this is not an int, this is float. Because I think internally this is doing the is check right here. Well, I mean, technically this wouldn't work because this is nested. So we'd have to denest it first, which is this. So do this instead. Hmm. Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, the way that we had it before was the way to do it. Oh well, we tried. You can make like an unpack method, I guess, here. Whatever. We got it done. We got it done. Get this out of here. There's some extra code going on here that we probably like this whole preserve thing. We don't need it anymore. I guess we could keep it. Basically, if we have two ways of adding, I guess, say, if we wanted to add this for some reason into a pack, we could do that easily. And we could do it without it just by doing add. But fine. Okay. So let's move up one level to entity. So entity has save data. Um, and we can easily just do this. This right here is now this, right? And so we can just do data add. We don't need to do that. Okay. Then when we load, Oops. This one's a little bit different. There we go. All right. This looks all right. This works. We're going to call it after this. Just need to review the code. I'm not going to actually be able to test it, I think, until tomorrow. Hmm. Looks all right. I'm seeing one issue over here. There we go. Okay. Ugh. So I'm seeing one issue that could be a problem right here. We need to make sure that, so this is the meat and potatoes of a serializable dictionary. Just need to ensure that this is running. If this is broken at any point, the games are over. The jig is up, right? Hey, Nick, what's going on? What's going on, man? Oh, you're still, are you working on your Five Nights at Freddy? Is that what's happening? Or did you open up Blender? Ah, gotcha. Keep calm, carry on. All right. I think that was the one mistake that I had made. Because it kept on, what would happen is that Lambda would have kept it producing more lists. It needed to be backed up. So that's it. I think we're done. I think that's it. That is legit what I needed it to do. Let's test it out and see what happens. Um, we're going to basically just do like left click, I guess, save, and then call the information we're trying to save, right? I think that's what we're going to do. Left click, call the information we're trying to save, and then so let's go up to the entity. So for the purposes of this, we're just going to create a stat tracker here. All right. And then on awake, we will have input manager. Let's make it right click because left click is doing a lot of work right now. Let's make it up. Yes, it does. Right clicked up on right clicked. Oh, right click up. There we go. Okay. We have another button, middle mouse button up. There we go. Let's see. Casual internet. Yep. Okay. I haven't yet got back. Roof. I hear you. Sometimes you just, sometimes you just, I don't know. You just gotta keep trying until you realize you've gotten like it just got past a major mental block a second ago, and now I'm just, like working on stuff again. But it's like sometimes it's like a breakthrough, right? You have to keep chipping at like the wall until you break through. But that's up to you how you want to approach it. Sometimes just relaxing for a bit is all right too. And friends insisted that I never played anything with them, top level guy. And you see now I have free time and it's 10 p.m. I wish I had more time and infinite wishes. My headphones were unplugged. Yeah. I mean, you do have infinite wishes, just not sure if they'll ever be infinitely fulfilled, right? There's no genie, but you can wish. Okay, so let's read what the save is. So we're going to call. Okay, so when we press the middle mouse button, when we release it, we'll read our save information. It should basically just have this, the foo test. So I'm just going to click a couple times. When I think it's right click. Yeah, when I right click a couple times, and then middle click, we should see this message come up with whatever the total is that I got to on the debug. So let's test this system out. Hopefully we have done our jobs as programmers and invented a Godot style serialization system for saving and loading. Kind of crazy the amount of work I have to do just because I can't wrap my head around how Unity handles JSON. I'm guaranteeing you the Unity solution is pretty on point. It's just I got so used to Godot, I had to make it because I just couldn't get my head around understanding Unity system again. I used to understand it. But I've been like when you're there on, week 2 and it's not like it held me up. It's more like, oh, what's going on? Enemy CS? Why is the enemy going off? Shouldn't be any enemies. Oh, that's interesting. What's causing the enemies to fire off? Generally, these guys shouldn't be running because let me turn them off because we're in the world scene. Granted, they shouldn't even be giving me any errors, but whatever. Um, Clear that. And let's actually turn off the dungeon carrot player. Oh, it is already off. All right, let's go. That's interesting. I didn't realize that the enemies were even active. Completely forgot about them. All right, let's right click a couple times. Then middle click. Oh, it would help if I called awake. So we have to actually call this. So it's in the player. Where is it? World. I think we have to do it this way. World player. Oh, this is just temporary. It is what it is. Um, Forgot to put. Oh, this. I should invent a more efficient way of complaining. I mean, you're already pretty good at it. I mean, come on, you set me up for that one. Uh, we have um null reference exception. Interesting. That might have been why everybody else was failing. Okay, so it's supposed to be the entity manager that creates these entities, but we're going to do it here. We're gonna do it here. So this is just for testing purposes. but we never made the entity manager out, so that's something we'll take care of tomorrow. Okay, we got no errors so far. Interesting. Well, I mean, it is reading the information correctly. So actually, what we want to do is we don't want this. We want okay, there we go. Yeah, of course, but it's a wall of text. I should and there needs to be a more efficient solution. I mildly dislike social interaction. Less IH social. All right, let's test it. Interesting. I mean, we are loading and getting stuff. It's just a matter of it should just read out the entire thing, right? Because it's all just one string now. Should be happening. The only thing I could think of is that this is not being serialized. I think it's not working, but we're about to find out right now. Actually, I think we could go here. words if they were variable names. Yeah, combining that with the fact that the names in your language are kind of rough for me. Um I'm going to consider that an abstraction within an abstraction within an enigma. Like, I wouldn't. I don't. I'm not sure what to really read it. Like it says. I guess it says CIH social. Yeah, if that's a name, that'd be crazy. But I've seen crazier names. What the heck? Did I forget to save? Yep, forgot to save. There we go. I'll be heading out. I still need to write and eat something, and I'm past my bedtime. All right, man. Have a great night. I'm about to call it also because I think this is as far as I want to take this. It's almost. I was hoping that it would work by the time I was done, but nothing. Not getting anything. So let's break this apart. Have a great night, man. I feel like we're onto something though. Nothing. Oh boy, come on. Okay. Okay. So we get here. So what is data? Right, this should be fine. So basically, if we follow the process, we have to serialize, and then we nest the serialization in this package. We call that package stats. And when this comes in, it should be stats and then some dictionary inside of it is going to be the serialized, right? Which only has the list of objects that need to be serialized. Interesting. So it knows that it saved a serialized dictionary. It knows it has one property inside of it. Okay, so let's read what that property is. It should give me the serialized dictionary again. Um, and it should give me that there's one property in it, which is the thing that I keep on counting the number up on. Yeah, so it picks up on that we have one object in here. We can just double check that by just doing a quick load without ever clicking on anything to sure that that's what's happening. No. So, like in Godot, the way that that works is you would actually see the dictionary expose itself. It's super convenient. For this, eh. Yeah. Dynamically typed languages sometimes are super convenient for that. But here we look like we are getting into that area where reflection could be useful. My motto is always if I've gotten into that area where reflection looks like it could be useful, though, is that I've messed up somewhere else in the architecture. I mean, it was my fault, right? At the end of the day, it's me trying to do something that C sharp is just not meant to do. Okay, I think we're going to call it here. I have an idea for a different approach. This looks like it didn't work, though. Ugh. So, what it looks like is happening, get rid of this. We're losing information in the serialization process. All right, so let's go to stat tracker again. So we can find out pretty quickly here. It might be that we need to convert JSON. Well, let's see what happens with this. So just need to do this or there. Okay. So before we had 17, then after we do the conversion, we lost it uh, and add stats. What is R? That is so weird. Oh, whoops. All right, let's walk ourselves through this. What are you complaining about? I don't know what it's complaining about. Identifier expected. Oh, whoops. Interesting. We don't even get to here. So this info should be a serial. Well, hold on. Data is converting serialized to string. All we're doing is taking this back and converting it back to serialized. Then after we do that, we check the values. For each value, we check if that value is a serialized dictionary. Should be. Because it should be deserializing. It should be creating this object when we do this. And then repopulating it. So it should have something here and it just should be empty. At at worst, that's the worst. Oh, sorry. That's what I'm expecting. It could be worse. Interesting. The heck is going on? What the heck is info? That's a serialized dictionary. But according to this, it has nothing in it. According to this, it has something in it. Then once we go through this, come back, and it says that the serialized dictionary isn't inside. Did we tell it system ser? Yeah, we did. Interesting. Oh, Unity. Yeah, I think we're going to call it here. I need to spend time thinking on this. Thought we got it. I just need to preserve the hierarchy, is what I'm thinking, right? I'm going to leave it with this. Because if my guess is correct, I should be able all save game in a top level file. And that should cascade its way down to this class. Right? So let's test this real quick. Test that theory. I think I'm starting to get what Unity wants. So when we save, I think what Unity wants me to do is something like this. Actually, no. If we do it the right way, we don't need to do that. So now, it should be when we add a new message, we'll add it to for being serialized. Should be getting serial. Let's test this theory out. We do this, it should just convert that class into a string. Please give me a little victory. Just a small victory would be all right. Because if it's saving does work that way and it will preserve, then we call save at the top level and it cycles its way through. Ugh, something broke. What are you complaining about? Oh, okay. Blue test. E. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, nice. So it did it. Okay. So when we try to add a message, we check to see if the key already contains a message. If it does, then we add this to the serialization for the value. This is the current value of our stats. Um, Otherwise, if this is a completely new thing, in other words, it's not here, we could have just loaded the game or something like that. It'll read that nothing is here. When it does that, we'll check over here. Um, yeah, we'll check over here for if we have if we have this information. Okay. So same thing with the get. We check to see if the stack contains that. If it doesn't, then we also check to see if the key contains it. If it doesn't, just return 0. Otherwise, then we'll try to populate and return this. All right, so this would just ensure once we try to use it that this information populates this information. And I think that's a solid approach. But I think that's what Unity wants with the save data class. I feel like that's what it is. All right. I think this is going to be my small victory. Works. So my theory is that as you read the docs, as long as if I want to try to maintain collection types of generics, the easiest way to do that, well, actually, we don't know, right? Because if I made this an abstract type, I don't know how this is going to handle it. Let's try it out. Okay, so now this is just a test to find out what happens with the value. If this works, we may have just hacked life. All right, moment of truth. Oh, doesn't work. All right. All right, fair enough. I could have sworn JSON could do that. Small victory. We're going to call that there. We now have our a strong understanding, I think, of how Unity wants saving done. And honestly, it's easier than the Godot version. A lot less micromanaging. And I think I got nervous because there's so little micromanaging involved. Because there's small details that I was just used to having to deal with Godot that Unity appears to want to deal with on its own. If you design your data structure correctly. That's what I'm thinking. Right? So Unity, apparently, it looks like just my senses on this is that it rewards really strong, really good design for data by the way that they put this together. So I didn't get to sit in the room when they put it together, but that's what that's the sensation that it's giving me right now. So let's make it clear what's going on. Basically, according to the documentation, it will serialize this object. And we do know that list is a serializable type. Dictionary is not. We attempted to create the serializable dictionary, which would have worked if we worked on it as just that, right? So if we eliminated this dictionary right here and just use the serializable dictionary, I think we would actually, just without all of the additional parts that I had to try to finagle in for the saving process to make it like Godot, I think just having serializable dictionary here um, would work for that before the object variant of it. Now, if I could get the object variant of it to be serialized, it's that's it. Game over, man. That's the end of that. But uh basically we would call this, so this is actually here. Uh and since these are public, these are all marked serializable, but obviously only the ones that are marked internally or these will all be, it will try to serialize these, but we only care about the plain old object. So actor um won't, world actor won't, the targeted for serialization, the what else, event bus won't, broker won't. These classes over here not targetable, but this is serializable. Awesome. And it will attempt to repopulate this with the information once we load back in. Um, Now in this system that we wrote, we have the event and the entity manager. Get rid of this. We don't need it. Thought we did, but any of this. Okay. So this entity manager is going to be marked system serializable also. And the idea behind it is we're going to need to store the entities in a very similar way to what we did down, let me do down further, where we, and so this is probably where tomorrow I'll be taking another shot at the serialized dictionary and just use that here. Because then it will just create the dictionary for us instead of us having to go through those steps of updating the dictionary upon request and things like that. Right? It's just that I was too tired. I just needed to test out if that would work, and it did. So that was all. Okay. I think we're good. We're gonna call it there. Um hopefully that was a good learning experience. Thanks for joining. In my exploration of relearning Unity's serialization structure. Um, tomorrow, if I do stream, then it's going to be uh, now that we have a idea, we're going to finish this part, the saving structure. We're going to make the game save file because I already have an idea of what I want. We want the game's overall save. Then we have different subcategories for character saves, which will store individual data, like the entity manager, the one side of it, right? And then we'll have the game config or game systems save. So when we call character save, it'll call save serialization on the currently active character. When we call a config save, uh, that's just the game's configurations. Um, and then we just need to create like file paths and stuff like that for it. So it's remarkably a simple thing because we're about to make it more complex, but it's remarkably simple. In theory, I need to actually try it to see it, but it shouldn't. Hopefully, famous last words, right? Shouldn't take too long. Okay, so we're gonna call it there. Thank you for joining.